Alex, where's my controller? I got it. Ooh, gang, I hit it. Let's go. Look comfy, don't you, Lux? So I can create some more room for you, huh? Because I kind of need to see that one screen that you're kind of in front of right now. That's cool. You don't understand English. I'm just gonna keep talking for no good reason. Why not? Let's do it, huh? What is this? Let's get into one. Yeah, it's me. Alright. Use your salmon run specials. Yeah, right, fuck. He's there. I gotta get out of B. If I can get to A minus, so I can catch up to Teagues. I got a little bit of money saved up. Ooh, I like that sticker though. What if I use nothing but blue stickers? That could be sick. Oh, I'm playing Rainmaker? Fuck. Yeah, it's okay. I can do Rainmaker with this. I still feel slow. God, if the game starts before like the timer goes off, I'll just switch the screen. That'll be fine. I think that makes sense. Yes, Lux, I'm locking you on the side of the desk. I hope that's okay. Yeah, you're fine? You're fine. You're fine. Oh, that's right. It updates because this is the time when it updates. It always updates now. Jesus. I can't listen to the Splatcast. Oh, it's Clan Blitz. I like Clan Blitz, actually. Okay, we're just gonna transition over. Hello, what up? It's a Splatoon Saturday. It's your boy, Rocky. Actually, I don't know if I'm your boy. I'm kind of a man. That's fine. But it's Splatoon Saturday. We're gonna be playing Splatoon. I'm gonna try to grind out this catalog. And the fastest way to grind out catalog apparently is Anarchy Battles, so I'm gonna do that this morning. Hopefully I can progress as well. I mean, I just really want the first one of the day and as many knockouts as I can get. As many knockouts as I can carry, I think. What's my catalog level? It's probably something egregious, like Teeks is gonna yell at me. Hey, I'm up right now. Teeks can't yell at me, it's fine. I can't look at my catalog level right now. I'll have to look at it later. There we go. Battle time. I forget what the banner blocks here. Oh my god, hold on. I dragged the screen out of frame. I'll have to do for right now. Got him. Oh, I got two. Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Jesus. He didn't get anything out of that, too. That's annoying. Got him. Whoa. When did they get around us? Okay. That works for me. I'll take that. That works for me. Got one. Oh, got two. Let's go. Bye, Chino. Or Cerno? It's Cerno. Fuck. I double rolled into it. Fuck me. All I had to do was jump. Oh shit. That's not good. Oh, they missed it. Thank God. Man. They're using these wave breakers pretty well. Don't. Oh, thank God. We wiped them out, but they still broke the barrier? That's garbage. Come on. Get it together. We're losing the momentum. This is bad. Can I just write a lot of faces just for fun? Of course you can, Deli. Maybe don't do that in ranked. They might get upset with you about it, but, you know, outside of that, like, it's totally chill. We just gotta hold the lead for 5 more seconds. Levin, for sure. GG's. Oh, God. That was weirdly contested. What was that about? I was the #1 super jump spot? Okay, maybe I could have played a bit safer. And I wasn't controlling my ink well. 11-7, we take those. It's first win of the day. 63. Oh yeah, Teagues is definitely gonna yell at me later. That's okay. For sure. No. Can you do a Kirby? Do you know the Kirby face? Aw, I didn't mean to touch you, Dilly Rings. It's gonna be okay. No worries. Maybe? Okay. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I have trouble rotating left, but like, I'm just not used to it. I gotta work back into it. Maybe I'll just do left rights for a little while. Okay, still Clan Blitz. Oh man, this Clan Blitz stage is awful, actually. Well, they have a blaster? I don't want that. Oh shit, let's go. I got another point in that. I'll take that. Pollo! Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, I don't see any on the map. Yeah, I don't. Not really. They got 2 balls that we're just wasting down there. Nice, shooting overextending here. Oh, they got me. Playing good defense, though. Got any more faces, Deli? That was an strike. Give me a second. Let's grab those 3 real quick. Ooh, that's a hammer. Oh, I picked it up and dropped it right back down. Okay. Auto bomb? I got auto bomb. Oh, that one's a good one. I like the squiggly on that one. That one's solid. Let's go. Yep. Just gonna see if I can catch that one out. Yeah, I'll take that trade. That works for me. This one's your favorite? Oh my god, I like the hand. That's actually very good. Is that blowing a kiss? Is that what I'm looking at here? Okay, so now we got another ball. Ugh, I didn't get that. Solution is just a little wide. Winking, but okay. Yeah, the winking makes more sense. Yeah, you can waste that in there. Not letting them come down. Fuck that. This one was a mess, but great. Okay, hold on, shit. Give me a second. I got like last minute. I gotta really tighten up for this one. Mostly just playing defense, keeping that ball out of here. Oh shit, oh shit. Shit. Yep. We gotta take this back. Damn it! Do we get it? We need to take the lead back. Yes! Okay, GG's. God damn it. That was such a mess. Let me look at this one. Oh, that is a nice kiss face. Hell yeah. Damn, I got 3 silvers though. I mean, we won. That works out, but I'd rather have gotten some golds, but that's okay. Hey, 2 levels. We take those. Okay, so I need 2 more wins before I lose 2 more times. Okay. These were unused. That one's kind of hard to make out. Like, I mean, I get that it's like symmetrical, but it's... I can see why you wouldn't use it that often. Alright, I meant to roll left. No, I can be a bit more efficient. That was early. But I use a lot. Oh man, that one looks like just like a lot of space. Walk me through that one. Kind of looks like a fish, maybe? I don't know what the use of negative space is there, but I'm interested. Mew Kitsune. Okay, here we go. It's a rifle? Okay, for sure. I'm down. Did they get the second ball in? No, they don't get the second ball in. Way too aggressive. That's okay. We'll reset. That's 4. Watch them on the bottom here. Easy. My goal is to stay alive. Got that one down. Check the ball. Take you 4 of those. Got another one. Got another one. Why are they man, okay. I guess I gotta be more aggressive when I have the ball. That's okay. I gotta force them to chase me if they can see me. That makes more sense. I think I can do that. Come on. Jeez. That was rough. Yeah, we're gonna get knocked out here. Feeling like, yeah, definitely some table flipping going on. God, this is annoying. Yep, Splat Bomb killed me. GG's. Yep. Where did that come from? Yeah, right? No, it was just... It wasn't really them coming from nowhere, but it was like our team... My team was nowhere. Like, they kept rushing in and dying until, like, I was the only one defending. Sometimes that happens. They punish your aggression, you know? But I got 3 superlatives. Overall splatter, turf inker. Jesus Christ. I'd rather win. Yeah, I think I'd rather win than get 3, you know? I would say brr. Say brr, dog. I'm gonna give this team a break. Actually, I'm gonna re-up with a different team. Am I changing my loadout? Nah, I'm not gonna change my loadout. My loadout's fine. Oh, that roll could have been better. There it is. That feels good. That one's right. So you got like a full spectrum of emotion in like faces, huh? Do you have any surprise faces that you can show me? What, no surprise faces, Deli? Come on. Okay, I see you being humble since the team would have been since you would have been attacking like a sniper. I would have. I'm gonna play some sniper today, actually. Oh, that's a good surprise face. Oh my lord. Look at that. Completely upside down? Hold on. I'm gonna flip my thing upside down in recognition. Just gonna... Where is it? It's... Hey, Teeks. There you go. Oh, we're flipped upside down. That's not the way I wanted to do it. That's fine. I'll just put it back. I'll flip it upside down properly, Deli. Give me a bit. Teeks, how you doing? Teeks, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
I did that thing where I didn't turn on my microphone.
I hear that.
Amazing. What a good time. What are you doing?
I'm playing Clan
you're
Blitz.
working on Clan Blitz. Okay. Are you doing individual stuff, or are you doing join in?
I'm in a series, but like I can take a break in a minute. Cause I'm mostly just doing this for catalog anyway, so it's fine.
Valid. I was doing Clan Blitz last night. What's your rank right now?
I'm still B.
Oh, we can't play together.
Oh, really? GG's.
I'm better than you.
Well, you know, we've always known that. That's not news.
Sitting in chat waiting for you to go live for an hour. Why? I don't know.
June, why you been waiting for an hour, June? Like,
yeah.
We go live at like 11 Eastern. You know that. Maybe you don't know that. That's okay. I'm gonna update the screen schedule because that's what I've been sticking to.
Why is Twitch stupid? I don't know. It's been live, so I gotta get stuff. Oh, what did I just get? Hello?
I don't know, Teeks.
How do I see what I just got?
Oh,
I probably have to go to my...
Sniper got me. I don't know it. I forget. It's okay. June, we're gonna get that straight away for you. It's gonna be absolutely fixed for our #1 VIP. Man, no score yet. That's kind of nuts.
It's been wild in Clan Blitz recently. Oh, I got an A rank trophy.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Clan Blitzing.
I'm bad at Clan Blitz.
I like Clan Blitz. I think it's neat. But, like, it already just feels like sports. So, like, it's kind of intuitive to me.
It is sports. It's football.
I mean, yeah.
It's foot basketball in that game. Paintball.
Oh my god, did I get sniped? Tell me I actually got sniped. No, I got killed by the ink strike. Fuck me. Alright, it's fine. We're being pushed back. We're in danger.
Oh, no.
Let me see. What do we do here? Bomb down there. Got the Trizuka. Hell yeah. That's 2. But all 4 are just here. So, okay. Can't underestimate that. Okay, got that one. I almost got a ball. I have a ball. So now... throw that ahead of me. Got it! Well, I got up thinking I had an appointment, but I was mistaken actually next weekend, not this. So I woke up early for nothing, waiting for Church to go live, but it never told me. Oh no. So you didn't even get like the mobile notification? I gotta take a look at that.
The mobile notification. Twitch itself isn't very good at giving notifications.
Noted.
Let me check. I'm gonna check the channel.
I got another ball. I'm going for it. Fuck it. Sniper can't see me. Ah, I threw it too low. Oh, that's so lame. I got it, but it didn't ping me. Ah, true. Okay, for sure. Valid. Ah, I threw the ball too low. That's so lame. Okay, it's fine.
We only have Tuesdays and Wednesdays on here. We don't have Saturdays or Mondays.
Oh, that's insane. Yeah,
yeah, that's wild. We gotta update that.
Yeah. Nope, I got caught in the ink strike. Okay, at least
I can only say you're fresh.
We just lost our lead. Yep. That sounds right. Don't overextend, just get the ball in.
You need someone with a ball though.
Yep. I'm chasing the sniper off so like he can't get set up. Is that a bomb that they left for me? They did. God damn it. How much did you sleep, Rocky? I thought you were playing Octopath this morning. Well, I was this morning, but only technically. Oh shit, did we lose this? Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second.
No, you lost.
Damn it.
It's okay though.
Hold on, we have overtime, Come on, come on, come on. That guy with the ball died at the end. God damn it.
If he hadn't died, it would have kept going.
Yeah.
I was in some Clan Blitz games with some Japanese players last night, and it was nuts. It was 0-0, and then it would go into like literally 2.5 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, that's wild. That sounds fair.
Bad. On the other hand, I am very good now.
Well, that's good. Good to hear, Teeks. Oh, that's my series, actually. And now I'm B+. Mm-hmm. B+.
Amazing.
I mean, it won't matter by Tuesday, but you know.
It don't matter.
I thought it pushes you all the way back down or whatever.
It doesn't push you all. It pushes you back to the lowest in your setting. So if you get to A, you'll be an A-.
Ah, okay. Okay. Then I'll do that later. Unless you want to do like the opens. I'm just.
I don't know if we can.
We can do opens. Hold on. Give me a second, Tegan. I'm creating a room.
Okay.
Opens are the baby ones where like you just win 8 points if you win, but if you lose, you don't get anything.
Rude. I want to win all the time.
Well, then win all the time, Teeks. Oh, hey, June. Let's do it, June. Let's go, June.
You gonna play Anarchy with us? Ooh.
It's Splat Zones. Splat Zones.
Oh, I'm gonna win. I will simply win Splat Zones.
All right, cool. Let's do it. But yeah, I was I like Splat Zones more than Clan Blitz. I hear that.
I like everything more than Clan Blitz.
Clan Blitz is fine.
Clan Blitz is fine, but Splat Zones is more in line with like what Splatoon's base game is.
Sure.
So it's the easiest one to get into.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I think the one that I dislike the most is actually tower control. And I dislike Rainmaker, but only if I can't trust anyone to run the Rainmaker. Because that means I have to play Rainmaker and I can't do anything else. But otherwise, Rainmaker's fine. Ooh, that was cool. I like that.
I got him.
Oh, yeah.
Their sloshing machine is trying to come up our right side.
Yeah, I didn't have the ink to fight. Freaking hate tower control. Tower control is rough, Deli. It's so gross. It makes me upset.
Oh my god. No! Oh no. We're in trouble already.
Oh, in trouble. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh my god. Ink mine? Ink
I told
mine.
you.
I thought I had the flank, but I
God.
didn't. They covered their flank.
Yeah, they covered both their flanks.
Good ink mine. If they can see me. I lost B+ to D? Oh my gosh. That's rough, Deli. Okay. This the counterattack? Because I'm down.
It was. I got in the back line though.
Okay.
That was bad. Let's do it again.
I'm switching guns.
Okay.
#1 damage taker? That's upsetting. Yeah, I'm switching guns. Oh, my bad. Yeah, if you lose 2 points. My bad.
I lost 3 points.
Well, you're an A rank now, so.
Yeah, I am A rank.
Oh, wait. I have to back out to switch guns? Never mind. I'm not switching guns. I'm going to make this work.
We'll be okay.
Yeah, it'll be fine. B sniper.
Sniper's hard.
Sniper's tricky, but like it's just a much slower game.
Sniper's so hard. Sniper is valuable in Clam Blitz, so.
True. Do you mean splat zones though?
No, I do mean Clam Blitz.
Fair enough. Okay, Dapple's Novo.
You live behind where the base is, and then you just get the whoever's got the ball.
Oh yeah, like in a tricolor.
Just like in Tricolor. Mine. This is my splat zone. You can't have it.
Okay, if everyone's gonna die on the other side, that's fine.
Have you guys considered not, though? Ow. Hey, what the fuck?
I deserve that. I should have went forward.
There you go. See you next time. Oh my god.
Yep. I turned my back for a second. I deserve that.
I got rolled.
Yeah, the roller got me from behind. I'm coming back with an ult.
Hey. Oh no, they got our crab.
One.
The Julie's got me, watch out.
Yeah, I see him. Jesus.
Got him. Mine! This is my splat zone. You can't have it.
Got it.
God dang it. Watch out. They're coming right where you're jumping. Oh, it wasn't you.
Nope.
It was Catboy.
Got the roller.
Fourth.
Please cover the pathways that they would use to get in.
I'm trying. Can't reach him though, where I am. Oh!
Got it back.
Got him.
Thank you.
Lights out.
I need ink.
Get it. I got the Tenta shot in the back.
Thank you.
The Julie's got me.
I see him, and now he's dead.
Good. Continue to keep him dead. We're almost there.
GG's.
Very nice.
God damn it.
Good job. Good job.
What was that opener? What the fuck, man? Ugh.
I had to warm up.
I'm not practicing anarchy. I hear that, June. No worries. Number 1 super jump spot. Again, all I have to do is stay alive, and I help the team. Ugh. Okay. $843, that's fine.
I hope I get my hoodie back. You should look at my numbers.
Yeah, sure, give me a second. Okay, Teeks. 6 ults. Alright then.
13 kills, 1,500 inked.
Tegan slay. Oh my god. Tegan.
I can't wait to get my new gun.
Oh god, you're gonna be a menace. It's gonna be gross.
I'm so excited. I can't wait to ink strike the shit out of people. I'm gonna be a threat.
Oh my god, you're currently a threat, Tegan.
People are gonna see me in battle and like, skip.
Skip, they're just gonna DC.
Right, they're gonna be like, you know what, I'll take the loss, bye.
Oh my god. Blaster.
Oh, we got a popper. We got 2 poppers.
What?
There's one on either side.
I missed.
I got him though.
Oh yeah.
Aerospray v aerospray. Someone's gonna win. Someone's gonna lose.
Got the blaster. Got it back. Backing out. Even trade. I'm jumping to June. June, be safe, please. Thank you, June. Ah, fuck.
Fine.
It's
Just
fine.
swim.
Yeah, you're right.
There's nothing to be scared of. Simply swim. Ow. I got murdered.
It happens.
Avenge my death.
They're all on top of the thing. Like, Jesus. We're gonna have to take it back in a bit.
Oh, here they are.
Yep, I'm not going that way. Oh god, that was a good blaster.
Good job done.
Jump into you, Teeks, care?
Alright, yeah, I gotcha. You were tucked.
In control? Not in control, and I die? Oh my god.
Oh, heck.
I'm bumming it.
Aerospray got me. Six Claws has it out for me. Six Claws and I understand. We're just like, no, on site. Get out of here.
God, range blaster, right, fuck.
Right, range blaster. Oh, Trizuka. Ow. I'm going around their side.
Damn it. Aerospray? No, hero shot. Okay.
This is simply mine.
We gotta get this top thing. We can't let them take it back. Got the blaster, traded for it. Shit.
I got the Trizuka.
This blaster, I swear.
Yeah, this blaster's got it out for us for sure.
Okay.
They're doing a great job. Can't call them.
Roll back. Got the hero shot. As long as I trade every time I come back in, I don't care. Like, but
Oh, ooh. I just got for the first time by their Gatling gun.
noted.
The Gatling gun is finally starting to move out now that we've only got 4 seconds left to get. Mine. Ow. I lost the top part.
Got the hero shot. Buoy bomb incoming.
Not for your hero shot.
Got the Gatling.
Watch out, they're over there.
Noted.
Rizuka wasted all his shots. Come on, got stuck on the ground.
Yeah, because he was under the thing, dumbass.
We have to maintain control for 4 more seconds.
Well, 44 more seconds, but yeah. Lost my ult. Fuck me.
That's alright, it happens.
We gotta take it back.
Dang it. We're in overtime. If we take it back, we'll win. one more. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it.
No trade. Booyah bombs down. He lost control. Take control. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Ugh. Such a hassle.
It's fine. We got it.
We did get it.
Good.
We only have 4 more seconds. Yeah, right? The knockout play points would have been delicious, but what are we gonna do? Number 1 Splatstone guard? Gee, crazy. Incredible.
Nice. 10 out of 10.
11-11. I only had 3 ults. I gotta focus more on ults.
I went 7 and 8. That's not great.
I got
11 splats. Good job.
Good
Hell
shot,
yeah. My catalog level is 94. Yo.
Get it.
That looks so cool.
Wow, look at us go last round. Yeah, right?
We're doing great. We just need to warm up a second.
Gatito got 14? I didn't notice that.
Yep.
Gatito was on it? For real? That's fine.
Hmm.
Where's the Gatito, actually? I guess we must have walked off. Roll nasty, huh? And he has the gun that you hate, Teeks.
He does. I hate that gun so much. It's getting a new version, too.
Yeah, that sounds right.
There's 2 over here, and they got me with the fucking gun I hate. Oh my god.
Body.
I hate that thing.
Got Cassandra.
Get roll nasty.
Got roll nasty. There you go, Teeks.
Thanks.
Got Tay.
Cassandra's throwing a booyah bomb.
Oh, fuck. Hey! She threw it literally on top of me. That's so garbage.
Here comes another one.
Another one?
Yeah, still right center, though.
There's a sprinkler up there.
No. Man, those rolling bombs. People really know how to place those things.
Yeah, they're getting better at bouncing them at this part of the meta.
Jen, is there a roller that has those rolling bombs?
There should be like one, at least.
I think there is. I wonder if it's a good roller, though. Because Jen's real good with them in Salmon Run, so... Oh my god, a gun! I hate that gun so much! What kind of bombs? The triangle ones that roll.
Splat bombs.
Splat bombs. Regular ass splat bombs. Gotcha. Whoop. Do not get me. Illegal. Don't get me. None getting of me, thanks. Only up. I got.
Avenged.
Good God. Thank you.
Fucking nozzle nose. God damn it.
Right?
Not great.
Not great, but we are in the lead.
For now. Wait out. I'm coming back with an ult. Got real nasty.
Good job. Come my central platform. Whoop. My booyah bomb. Oh, I got by the booyah bomb.
Behind you, June. Pushing them off.
Nice. Good job.
Bull Nasty's down. I'm going after her.
Trace too hard.
Yeah, that's fair. I just wanted him to not look at center for a second.
Right.
I'm gonna try to come back with an ult.
Alright.
On my way back.
Ow. My soda machine, though.
Jesus.
I'm doing great. Whoop. Got.
Didn't look at
Then
them.
you're jumping right into orange.
We win this off time. We just needed to take it back once.
Right. We need to hold it.
Got Tay off the center.
Oh, I got. I got by Cassandra.
Roll Nasty's down.
Alright, take it back.
Got it, GG's.
Nice, good job.
Too late on the booyah bomb. Close though. Yeah,
Very
sure.
close.
Why not? Just give me the 3 golds. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, y'all helping me rank up real quick. Well, that's cool, June. I'm glad we could do that
How
for
many
you.
points are you getting a win?
8. Unless you're getting more than 8, that'd be wild.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Jun's like
Okay.
8. Okay. We did great. Look at that.
True.
I only had 3 splats. I was too reckless.
3 splats? Nah, you're fine. 1708's like nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, I was the #1 splat zone inker, so I think I was just under C, so you leveled up early. Nice.
Oh, word.
Nice. I just finished my donut,
Nice.
and that is breakfast had.
True enough. Nah.
Yo. Yeah. We
Deli,
win.
if you're still in here, can I get that nom face one more time?
I think Deli has gone to bed.
Ah, rip Deli. It's okay. Thanks for hanging out, Deli.
No, there's a sloshing machine on the, or a fucking bucket on the side. You're looking at her.
She dead.
Nice.
Oh, June's dead too. Fuck.
I know, join a blaster.
I killed the slosher again.
Good job. I killed the booyah bomb, but the booyah bomb killed me, so
Yeah, we take those.
50-50.
We gotta get that back. June, watch your right. Oh, there's a blaster in our base. Oh no, it's a
Yeah, I see him.
zip. Oh no, it's a zipcaster blaster though.
Zipcaster. Whoop. Somebody. Nope, they're just in our base. Hello.
No, they zipcasted from like our base. It was really silly. Oh, good shit running over them, Teeks.
Thanks. Sometimes you just gotta get them out.
I hear that.
You know?
We're about to lose lead.
Oh no, the slosher got me. The slosher got though.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna slow down.
They are back. Blaster's back.
Now they're not. And then I walk into a booyah bomb? Sure, why not?
Yeah, that's how it goes, you know? all they want to do is come into our base. So, oh, Jesus Christ! Yikes! The blaster in our base is just letting everybody else cook. They're gonna win. 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one wasn't great.
They had 3 sprinklers in center.
Yeah.
Like, just don't go center. Go around.
I mean, he's right. Sometimes you get speed bagged. It happens.
Mm-hmm. That's all right. I did nothing. Oh my god.
Mm. P.
Be the Splatlandian youth.
Blasters do go hard.
Go hard, yeah. Nightmares. If I had the patience for a blaster, but they move too slow. They pop too slow for me.
They require they need a lot of inking like around them. They need a lot of support inking to like function.
A banana gun?
Oh, thanks for that jump face, June. Banana gun, you say?
Yeah, that's someone's name on the other team.
Good stuff, June. Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah. I ran right into the wall. That was bad.
If I leave center for a bit, will you guys be able to hold?
Yeah, should be okay. Whoop.
I'm going for a flank then. Oh, Gatita's going for the flank. Never mind, I'm coming back to center. Fuck! Bomb, Teeks!
It's too late. I didn't move.
That didn't work out.
Ink in my shoes. It was bad.
Good shit, June.
I got somebody else over here. Ha ha.
Oh, yeah. Back up. Good escape.
I keep accidentally dropping down. Nope. I tried to escape off the side and I failed.
Oh, jeez.
Good job, though.
Booyah bomb coming. Shit.
God, I can't wait for suction bombs.
Let's go, Teeks!
I got one. I didn't get two.
Shit. I couldn't get to banana gun in time, but
We're working on it. We're getting there. Nope.
Uh-oh.
Booyah bomb. Yeah. We're doing pretty well, but they are officially in the lead.
They're just sieging us. It happens. What was that? Oh, suction bomb.
That was me. Oh.
I thought I got hit by a roller, but I'm like, there's no roller on their team, and I realized it was just June.
I see.
Yeah, that's fair. I shouldn't have jumped into that.
Ow. I got, but
Yep.
it's worth it for the control.
True.
Watch out for the booyah bomb.
Yep. Damn it! Ugh! Can we get control? No, GG's.
Man, I went and I just got their splatling too.
Why indeed?
Close.
True. I'm switching to... What's it called? I'm switching for real, so I'm gonna back out.
Okay. I will also back out.
I'm
make the new room.
I'm getting something with a booyah bomb.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play Gluga. Gluga seems like the right thing here.
Room is being created.
I'm in. Oh yeah, and you're AA, Teeks. You're not even like
Yeah, I'm A.
You're not A- or anything.
Someone has sent me a friend request. I bet it was
Gatito?
that guy we were playing with. The Gata dude.
Yeah. The cat boy.
Yeah. Jun, are you coming?
June, get in here. Thank you.
There you are. Here's a crew. Roll.
Yeah, I'm switching to Gluga. These are 3
We got
shots
this.
instead of 4 shots.
You changed your outfit? Amazing. What are you wearing now? Let's see, where are you? Where are you? I see Rocky. I don't know where you are. I don't know.
We'll see him in a second.
Oh, you look cool!
Mm.
God, I love Splatoon outfits. They come in 2 versions. Huge nerd, and oh, that's cool! Man, those soda seekers are gonna be a bitch.
On the side, on the side.
Ow. Yeah, too late. I got sloshed.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yikes.
Hey, Kev. How you doing, bud?
All the universe, Tegan. Why am I in an AU? What happened?
You're an anime AU. He doesn't believe you're a real anime girl.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Not a real anime girl yet. Yeah, they just got us. The torpedo bombs are wild, yeah.
You just gotta shoot him out of the air. I know June can't, which is annoying, but like we should be able to shoot him out of the air.
I couldn't stay in center. The sloshing machine kept getting me.
I think 3 of them were running them. Honestly. Well, okay. Oh, that's right. He has a roommate named Tegan. That's right. Who's his regular Tegan? His homegrown Tegan.
That's fair.
That is true. He did.
Is that the Tegan I follow on Instagram?
Maybe. She's a cosplayer.
Oh, we had a DC.
It still counts as a loss, though. They were just AFK.
We're at 0. What the hell? Hey.
They quit after.
Get your shit together.
Yeah. I mean,
They didn't ink shit.
Teagues is 2 points. It's okay. We're gonna be fine.
My pride. That's an unfair loss.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh, she's in El Paso right now for Epcom? Word. I didn't know she was like from El Paso.
What is Epcom?
The El Paso like convention or whatever.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I got splatter-shotted.
Indeed.
Alright. Got the roller.
Bye, crab. Anyways, Jesus Christ.
Anywho, so then I started splatting.
El Paso Comic Con, that's what it is, my bad.
Oh, okay. Ah, their flings is coming up on the side.
I see. I feel like I got hit by 12 missiles, but that's okay. Oh fuck. No, I'm not going that way. Oh, I can't get out anymore. Oh shit. Okay, that's fair. Got 2.
Good job. Got 1.
Oh fuck. I got hit by the Explasher. I didn't know it was an Explasher. That's annoying. I thought it was the other one.
No, it's an exploding slosh.
I gotta just dodge roll with this, with the fire rate so slow.
Hello? Oh, hello! You want my ass dead, huh? Well, what if I didn't die? Have you considered that? Ow. I died, so. There's a slosher up in our base.
There can't be. Oh, there's 2 sloshers, that's right. Fuck.
Oh my god. Nope. There are other ways out of base, though. It's fine. Except the slasher is covering them. Get out of here.
GG's.
Ugh. Death Giver. The Celestial Ghost. Oh my god.
That's pretty good. Fine.
At least Midori decided to participate that time.
Yeah, I know that's really helpful. Was that the person that played with us last time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, then we're dodging them next game. We should have dodged them this one.
Okay.
Because they didn't DC. They were AFK. They didn't play the last game.
Yeah, they didn't play the last game, yeah, so it counted as a lost. And this time they did play.
They were just bad.
It still counted as lost. Okay, not everyone can be as good as us.
I just want them to play. That's all.
I also just wanted to play.
Like, forget being good for like a second and like. Okay, so I'm not pushing in. I have booyah bombs. I'm gonna set guardrails or whatever. Try to keep people from attacking us or whatever. But I'm not fighting. That's not what I'm doing.
I'm pushing in. Oh Jesus! I'm getting my ass handed to me by some brushes.
Okay. Well, I got one. Okay, do I need to be part of the front line? Because if that's our team comp, that's fine. I can do that.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
Ah! Midori, what the fuck? Yeah, they just fucking set their controller down.
Yeah. They're walking right now.
I mean, they're kind of walking.
Yeah, so, okay. Do we want to...
we're dodging this dude.
Do we just want to blame this on the 4th, or should I change gear again?
No, we should blame this on the 4th.
Okay.
If one person is just straight up not participating, we don't have any hope of winning. Like, it's not even a fair comparison at that point.
Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna...
Yeah, we're dodging this dude. Yeah, we're stopping out, Jen.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can report them.
They didn't even, like, ink or anything. They were just 0 points the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
Is it viewer...
Hagglefish.
Or is it
It's battle logs.
There we go.
I don't remember.
Inactivity. Or, no, I'm gonna go intentionally not contributing, actually. That's fine. You want to bump me for online play. This is the 3rd game they played with us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making the next room.
Is it unsportsmanlike play or is it inactivity?
So there's inactivity, but there's another one that just says intentionally not playing.
Oh, does it?
It's like...
Oh, intentionally not contributing.
Yeah, that one. Intentionally not contributing.
I can report him multiple times across multiple games. You
You
bet your ass I'm doing it. I'm pissed. Okay. I reported him on all the game. On the 2...
Where he had 0 zeros and everything?
Yeah, the 2 where he had zeros with everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. You can do that in, like, Turf War or whatever, but, like, we're in ranked. Like, come on.
We're in ranked! If you want to have your little splat spins and, like, your fun times, that's cool. I get it. Turf War doesn't matter. This is different.
It's different.
Petty? No. I'm not petty. I'm just right.
I'm just right.
If you're gonna do that shit, if you don't have time to pay attention to the whole game, just play Turf War.
Yeah.
Regularly.
Got him.
Got him. Heck. I got immediately, but I got him. We lost the lead, but they lost it.
Splat bomb.
Okay, I got him, and then I wasn't paying attention. Vito got me. Got. This looks me.
Jesus. Oh, I was the only one alive by the time I threw that bomb. That's annoying.
Yep. Ah. Yeah, they're gonna win.
Okay.
I'm trying, but
Just not keeping up time. I'm switching back. Well, at least our fourth was playing.
fourth was playing. True. Ranked is hard to, like, get the right balance for.
I'm gonna switch back to Squelchers.
Okay. Stop out then.
I'll make the new room.
Okay. What are your stats on your clothes right now?
I have like 4 resistance, 3 special up, and like 3 swim speed.
Hmm. Gotcha. That should be okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, I wanted to switch to like a Booyah Bomb like ult because I saw like a lot of the fights. Yeah, June, it's okay. We'll catch you on the next one. We end up in a lot of situations where like I'm able to like keep them away from like the center, but it doesn't matter because they're just throwing like ranged like inking ults, and I can't counteract that. Yeah, June, we know. But so I switched to Glugos so I could use that because there isn't an Ink Strike dualies, I'm pretty sure. And actually, do I have anything that have Ink Strike on it? No, I don't.
Pick up my favorite gun when it comes out next month with Ink Strike.
I don't know. I'll think about it. Tiggs, can you switch to the RG maybe? To like the Aerospray RG so we have the Booyah Bomb?
Yeah. Let me get in that. Aerospray ARG. I got it. I'm gonna do...
Because I can keep them out of like the space with like Wavebreaker. Like I can keep that up. That's not a big deal. But like it's just like they can ink from like the moon, and like I can't do much about that really.
Gotcha. Aw, you lost. I'm sorry, Jun.
June, it's okay. Come back. We're gonna go win sometimes. I love that like we win like 3 games in a row, and then Splatoon's like matchmaking rewards us with an AFK for like 3 rounds.
Right?
Like, what's that about?
I was right. That Gala person wanted to be friends with me. I communication error. Sorry.
It's alright.
Cause I went out to get my friend request. With friends. Choose my friend. Yeah, I join. It's joining. It's thinking about it. Okay, I'm in. I got my little soccer jersey on.
Oh shit, let's go.
Change shoes. Gotta remember to hit R to unleash.
R to unleash? Unleash what?
Yeah. When you Booyah Bomb, you have to hit R after it's charged to unleash.
Oh yeah, that's how you shoot it. Yeah.
Yeah. And with the Reef Slider, you do ZR to pop it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's a different button. I'm so close. I'm catalog level 94 right now.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna win the catalog. Unleash the beast. Oh my god. Oh, it's a sprinkler. That's right.
Back up. See, they just fucking layer them under the ink vac? That's insane. I deserve that. I don't know why I just stood there and died. That doesn't make any sense. At least we got the lead.
Booyah Bomb.
Oh, yeah? Oh, it was their Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, not ours.
On the left. Fucking Santos. We'll get it back.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
We take those.
We do! Another booyah bomb. Not mine.
Bye, Santos.
Watch out.
Yep.
Trying to ink us.
I'm not feeding him. Okay.
Sometimes a strategic booyah bomb in the back is all you need.
True.
No boy.
We're okay.
Yeah, we're good.
They think they're slick. You are not, actually, it turns out.
Ah, heck.
Back up, booyah bomb.
We're doing great.
Traded.
They got me in the back.
I'm coming back with an ult.
Okay. They have control right now, so...
Oh, they have the lead. Shit, I'm going.
Yep. It's important to balance that.
I got the flank on me.
Booyah bomb and Tenta Strike coming in. I prevented him from flanking.
Good shit,
job,
Toots.
me. We're doing much better. Oh boy. We are in control, but only barely.
Fair enough. Watching the side.
Out. They're in control. 36 seconds left. If they keep in control, we're game over.
Got it. Back up. Watch sync back. Damn it.
Nope. It was close. That was better.
That was fun, though. I didn't make use of June's shield enough, I think.
There. We're getting there.
Okay.
Acceptable.
Like, nearly 2K. Jesus, like, acceptable. Fine. I guess that's okay.
I guess it's fine. Yeah, Jesus. That's what happens. We just let me go.
Well, I'm telling you to go, Teagues. Jesus.
Leave me alone. Oh my God. One day I'm gonna get 2K.
Tegan just likes inking, yeah, right?
It's just like inking. This is my Alex tried to get me to play another shooter. He tried to get me to play Gears of War.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like this.
That's fair.
He's like, but you play Splatoon all the time. And I was like, I know, but it's different.
It is different. Oh, there's a sniper care. Oh, that wasn't our buoy bomb.
This is.
They're pushing up.
I know. I got squeezed with a stamp. We got this. We got this. It's fine.
We are green. Inuyasha! Is Kagome on the team?
Oh my god, I hope so. Oh no! Oh! Ah!
Damn, that was shallow.
I got.
Word.
I was trying to get the sniper and then I hyper-focused and forgot about splat bombs.
Fair enough. Try to get the sniper. The brush got me. That's fair.
Oh, the sniper's mid now. Shit.
Oh, I missed my jump, so I'm going forward, I guess. T-Pack. Oh, T-Pain. That's who they are. Jump into you, Teeks.
Alright. Watch out for the ink back.
Noted. I have confirmed there's no Kagome on their team.
Damn. Put it right there. Ow. And then I immediately got. Heck. We're gonna win though. We're gonna win. It doesn't show me how much I've inked in this mode as I'm inking.
No, it doesn't. You're right.
Oh, communication error has occurred.
Bye, Teeks. Yeah, we've lost a DC each. It's okay. June, play it out. June, play it out.
Good luck. Catalog rewards. And it's gonna yell at me about my communication error like I had any control over that.
Fucking goddamn it! All right, it's fine. The sniper got me. That's what the sniper does.
Mm-hmm. It is what they do. You got this. You can do it. I believe. I have faith.
Oh, I gotta back up. Where? This way. How about me? Thank you, June. Whoop! I'm out of ink! No, I'm not. Let's fucking go.
Nice.
You think I won't play this for a minute? Say I won't.
I think you will.
Fucking hammer.
Yeah, those stamps, man.
Yeah, that's not great. Okay. Right behind you, June. Got the hammer, but I died for it. We're gonna lose lead.
Be there if I could.
God damn it. Blaster got me. GG's. Ugh.
I was the.
Whimsical teardrop is pretty good.
My God. MVI most valuable inker. Oh no! And it doesn't say how much I was inking either, does it?
And we'll see. No, you got cut off altogether. The sniper didn't die once.
Not once?
Not once, 7-0.
Aww, I thought I got him a couple times.
Yes, June?
Rocky, I can't join you.
I was supposed to stop out. It's okay. I'm just gonna quit.
I'll make a room. Rocky's over here with 3 Switch profiles, like a crazy person.
I'm not a crazy person. Also, I had
Why do you have 3 Switch profiles?
one is for my younger brother who wanted to play Breath of the Wild, so I made him one, and the other one was my Japanese account, so I could buy Japanese games when I couldn't buy them in the States.
Oh, you're forgiven.
Thank you. I'm real defensive about my Switch accounts, I guess.
You really are. Wasn't expecting that, but okay. I mean, to each their own, I guess. Jun, you heard that, right? He got big mad.
I'm just saying, I like playing video games wherever they're available, and also I have a younger brother.
I hope your younger brother gets a Switch soon.
He's not gonna.
Illegal! Why?
My brother is kind of in an MMLM right now, and he's given up on video games. Those probably aren't related, but I feel like they are, you know?
Yeah, no, that sounds like they're related to me. Like, kind of end up in an MLM.
Yeah, wait until someone, like, shows up in the chat, like, boy, my brother's in an MMLM, and he plays video games every day. And it's like, okay. All right, then.
Oh my God.
Fine. Whatever.
We got 2 rollers. Oh, we're gonna kick ass.
I want to believe.
We're doing so good.
Trey Booyahs.
Great booyahs, but I splatted somebody, so get fucked. You're not splat me, hello? You're not.
Oh, Jesus. Push him out.
We're trying to come up our flank.
Noted.
The splatling is on the left side.
He's dead?
Somebody else is coming up on the right.
Oh.
The booyah bomb is.
Damn. They got me when I ran out of ink. That's rough. Good shit, Teeks.
Yeah, I got him. Don't worry.
How's Splaturday going? It's alright, man. Like,
Going.
we're playing a lot of rank today, so it's a bit more aggressive than usual. 2 dead. Okay, push forward. 3 dead.
They're coming up on the right.
Who? Oh, okay. I was like, ow. What?
Amazing. 10
Oh,
out of 10.
suction bomb. I didn't even see it. It was behind me. That's wild. How you doing, Bandit? Though, how's your morning going?
It's okay, it's ours.
Yeah, we lost that trade.
Oh my god. I need y'all to stay up. I can't do this by myself.
Fair enough, Teagues.
Can you stay up? What's wrong? Oop, I bombed. Shit. What? Fuck Doolies. Oh my god, Doolies on the side. Watch out. That's the opposite.
Hmm.
Jump right into my booyah bomb, you bitch.
There we go.
Very nice shield placement, John. Jeez. Thank you. My soda machine. I'm glad you think it's your soda machine, but it's definitely mine.
Shit.
Now we got it.
Okay.
Don't sweat it. Don't even sweat it.
Damn it. Runefire just pops out of a corner.
Right? You're in a safe jump spot, don't worry.
Thank you.
Nice! There we go, wipeout. See?
Think ahead, don't let them come back in.
Don't let him come around the back either.
One, two, wipeout, clean them up, get them out of
Nice
here.
job.
Oh, they had a DC. Rip them.
Yeah. Fine.
Last second DC.
Rude. Illegal. Frankly.
Also, I died saying hi to you, Bandit, haha. Well, I had #1 damage taker, that makes sense. That sounds like justice.
I don't know. Stuff. Splat Zone Inker, Turf Inker, and Popular Target.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that again.
I'm interested. Jesus Christ. Tegan died once and had 9 booyah bombs. Hey, there's your 2K, Teagues. You did it. Congratulations.
It would have been better fighting 2 more.
Oh my
Then
god.
it would have been all 2s.
True. Yeah, we have the same glasses? Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness. Too bad for booyah bombs.
Tegan's just like, I can't do this by myself the one time she dies. I swear to God.
Hey, I'm not wrong.
We were there!
Everyone died, and then I was like, I cannot do this by myself, and then I died.
I'm not going for the flank. I'm going straight. Let's go.
Oh, they have a sniper. Fun.
Well,
Hey, did you guys know they have a sniper?
I did not.
I got caught by the brush, though.
So,
Actual brush.
I left the right side alone because I saw that our 4th was taking the flank. And then, like, I died because I wasn't watching that side. I'm very upset about it. Oh my god.
I got him. It's cool. The brush got me again, though. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Got the brush.
They are cooking our ass. Ah, I got from behind by the stupid brush. Oh my god.
The sniper's good.
The sniper's good. The brush is better. The brush has amazing map awareness. Holy shit. Oh my god. No!
Got him.
Got him, but at what cost?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I forgot that was a bomb there. Jump into your teaks.
Okay. I dropped you right behind the line, so...
Thank you.
Brush! Brush! Good.
I'm trapped.
Avenge,
Thank you.
I think.
Inkjet, right? Oh, the Tri-Slosher?
Yeah, try slasher.
I should have looked forward. You gotta move opposite the splat bomb. God damn it. Okay. Got it. 3 dead.
The sniper's still up
I see them.
there.
Sploosh-o-matic on the right.
Oh yeah.
Good shit.
Good shit. Good shit. Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
I tried to keep you out of range at least.
I appreciate it. I'm the one I lived. It was just, you know,
Yeah.
taking the flank. Why did I go?
Got him.
What do we do here?
Oh, the brush keeps getting me.
Damn it. GG's.
No!
Just got destroyed by a team of 4 JP players? Yeah. Hear that.
You'll learn a lot in those matches, though. Hashtag someday.
Hmm. Yeah, that wasn't a good game for me.
That's alright. We'll get there. It wasn't a good game for me either.
Hmm.
At least not comparatively.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get there. Oh, they dodged us. Rude.
Fine.
Illegal.
Bye. They died 12 times. I don't care.
Ah, that's fair.
They kept jumping
Our
on
fourth-
me. Ugh.
Our fourth is bad at using their ult. Oh my god. Well, good news, they aren't our fourth anymore.
Goodbye. Good riddance. Although, it's about lunchtime for me. I gotta figure out food. How do I do food from here? I'll figure it out. It's okay.
We stop out so you can order, and then we go back in, probably.
That seems like a plan. That's an idea. I'm interested in that. Breakfast? No, okay, I'm killing breakfast. They're my new #1 enemy.
Breakfast is my kill of the day!
Then you can protect breakfast while I try to kill them.
I'm not gonna protect breakfast. They're on the wrong team.
Okay.
If you wanted my protection, they should have been on my team. Simple as that.
Ooh, we take those!
Get fucked.
Teagues, I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually intentionally did not bully you because I wanted to make sure they were all in the center when you threw it.
Oh, amazing.
On the left. Breakfast! Oh my god.
No! I swam into the jump rope. I am a fool. We lost control. No, we're gonna win this one. We're gonna win before you have to go to lunch.
I saw that, Teagues.
There wasn't any hope. It's okay. Sometimes there just isn't hope, and that's okay.
Oh my god. Breakfast is dead.
Yeah.
Hammer. Damn
I
it.
see it. I'm faster than a hammer. It
Hell
hates
yeah.
me. Hammers hate me.
They mastered this one trick.
Yeah, it's swimming fucking fast.
Killed breakfast, but I died, but lost control for it. Good booyah bomb.
Thanks. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's inking.
Got Curtis too. Piece of shit. There's a sprinkler somewhere?
Oh, Jesus.
I know, it's just this one guy.
It's just one guy. Yikes.
You're great at a lot of things, Tegan. Bandit said so.
So, maybe one day. Jesus Christ.
Okay, coming back to center. Oh, so you were up here. That's fun.
Yeah, they were up here.
God damn it, breakfast.
Dang it. I died. I tried.
Traded with breakfast. GG's.
Dang it.
Yeah, okay.
Rip.
That's a mess.
Alright, let's stop out so you can get food.
Okay. I traded too much at breakfast.
It's okay. You got, what's it called? Tunnel vision.
Yeah. Splash on guard, probably target enemy splatter. Yeah, sure. Why not? Whatever. Nice try, I think is what he's saying, June. Yeah. Okay.
Stop.
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 Okay. I'll be back. There's a be right back thing. I can press that.
Yeah, you have a be right back.
I'll be right back. Talk to you guys soon. Oh, here it is. Alright, give me a bit, just a few more minutes.
It's official. You suck.
Ugh. God damn it. I'm back. I'm sorry.
Congrats on being back.
I was very hungry.
Understandable.
I ended up just making a bowl of ramen very quickly. So I have a pork bowl of ramen with a soft-boiled egg.
I'm sort of getting my ass handed to me by Japanese players right now. The maps and modes switched, and it's Rainmaker now. You're dying.
Rainmaker tower control. Let's just go to turf war. Like, fuck it.
Yeah.
But I'm actually gonna watch a replay while you're in there.
Okay. It won't be for long, because I'm dying a lot. Ah.
I'm gonna watch this 11 death game. Let's do it.
Your 11 death game or someone else's?
No, my 11 death game.
Oh. Great news, though. My bonus is dropping.
Your bonus?
Yeah. You know, for work.
Oh, true. Right in time for tax season?
Yeah. Well, my tax deposit is also dropping. But of course, they're both dropping on Saturdays, which means I won't have access to them until Monday. Sucks, but oh well.
I think we were too bunched up at the beginning of this fight, but that's neither here nor there.
You think?
And I like jumped into the Sploosh-o-matic here. I shouldn't have jumped. I should have used the ring.
You just gently drop down. You know what I hate?
What do you hate, Teeks?
Being the #1 Rainmaker carrier. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, Mazapan was blowing me up this game. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, really.
No,
We need Rocky to carry the Rainmaker. Oh my god. Alright, let me choose my gear. I'm gonna work on filling out stuff, I think.
Okay.
We're gonna be fine otherwise, so. Not worried about it, you guys got me.
Egg is good. I went for the kill there. If I waited 3 seconds, I could have thrown a bomb on the spot and I would have just won that and not died. Jesus.
Alright, I've made a room when you're ready.
Okay. I think I'm gonna give this another minute just to see what else I can learn.
Yeah, no worries.
Jesus Christ.
Right? It's crazy.
I've got to internalize the idea that like when I see a splat bomb coming at me, I need to move through it. Because like they're meant to like catch people standing still, not people who are in motion.
Yeah, you either gotta swim past it or swim to a side of it.
And like I'll see it come right at me, and I'll just like stop, and then like that's the best way for it to get me.
Yep. Suction bombs also. They're designed for you to like forget about them.
Shit.
Like you swim away from it, you think it's gone off, and then you swim back towards it, and it's popped.
Yeah. Okay.
Was your ramen good?
It was pretty good. Like 7.5 out of 10. Better than usual, not incredible, you know?
Yeah. Have you made an incredible ramen to compare it to?
Yeah. But it was like when I had like actual like pork belly or like when I
in a regular bio room.
Or when I've like prepared like the marinated like soft boiled eggs and stuff.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, but like that wasn't today. Like the soft boiled egg was like sufficiently soft boiled. It's just like it didn't have the twang of like a marinated egg, and like I used tenderloin because that's what I had, and the tenderloin was prepared correctly, but it just doesn't have like the fat like content that like gives you the real flavor of like a good bowl, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
The broth had miso in it, you know, and so it was good, you know, better than like, you know, your randomly thrown together like bowl, which is nice because I did randomly throw it together, but the difference between this and a great bowl is preparation, not like raw technique. I think right now, I'm sure technique would make it better, but I don't know if it would make it great, you know.
That's fair.
This is just
Lots
turf war?
of brushes. Yeah, it's just turf war.
Okay, then yeah, I'm not getting near any of these dummies. I'm gonna fight them from range the entire game. See what they do about it.
Do it. I will simply ink everything.
Alright. Let's go, Cheeks.
Simply get fucked, apparently.
I thought I killed him. That's weird.
No, he's
There's
out
one.
of your range.
Yeah, they're just not here anymore, I guess. That's fine.
It's like a weird brain space to get back into, going from anarchy to regular battles.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, you're not going to pressure me here? I guess I'll just ink.
Right. You still want to like control center and that kind of thing, but
Right.
it's just a different vibe. Booyah bomb from behind. Watch out, Jen.
Yeah, we can kind of cruise here.
Yeah.
So that's where the Weekend Warriors are. They're in Anarchy. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they want to get better. Show how good they are all
Sure.
the time.
Sure. You are not the one. Oh, shit. Hi. Hey, that one might be the one, though. Whoa, why is our base inked like this? What the hell?
Oh. For the same reason their bases.
Fair enough.
Aerospray hanging out, you know, the usual. Oh, stamp! Whoa! Okay.
Oh, the roller got out? That's fine.
Escaped containment.
Sink your base, sink your base.
Learn your range.
Alright. I don't know how that went, but that felt a lot
Me
more chill
either.
than whatever we were doing before. Yeah, rip. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
Since this is the same map as Splat Zone, I was really confused. Yeah, fair. They changed to Inkblot, Art Academy, and someplace else. Another location that I did not see.
Sure, you can't win them all. We'll get them next time. Thanks for hanging out, Quincy. How was Valorant last night, actually?
666 evil, yes.
It was a lot of fun. Oh, yeah. You're running it down? Oh my god. Quincy's actually cracked at Valorant. It's kind of great.
Well, that's fun. I'm probably gonna have to step out in a minute and get some food also because I only had one donut for breakfast.
That's fair. Oh, thanks. I've never played a Splatoon game, though. I mean...
Splatoon is fun.
I think you'd like it.
Fun.
Whenever in town, I'll let you mess around with mine. Just
Eat another donut. I have to go get a donut, though. It's so far away. Also, that's not healthy. Salsa is healthy, though. That's got tomatoes in it or something, right?
Salsa's pretty
That makes
healthy,
it
actually.
There we go.
It's the antioxidants.
Vitamin C.
As long as it's not sweet. I had this salsa that was like in like the fridge, and it was like mostly sugar. It was weird.
Like a mango salsa?
I think it was a mango salsa, but it was, I don't know. It tasted like frosting almost.
Oh, huh. That doesn't sound like salsa then. I don't know what you ate, but I don't think it was salsa.
It was salsa. I read it on the. It was on the glass thing and everything. Oh, I still died. Oh, it was a arrow spray. That's fair.
I keep forgetting I don't have the movement on this outfit yet because I don't have any of my slots built out.
Oh, for sure.
So I'm definitely doing stuff that I would be able to get away with if I had fully built gear that I should not be doing.
Ah, well, knock it off.
I consider it. I'm absolutely like running out of ink. Shouldn't be.
I think it's funny that there's like a visual indicator of like your ink like while you're constantly shooting, and I like never look at it.
Oh, is it your tank?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoke weed every day.
Okay. I'm already improving. I just had to die like once to get yelled at. Ah, shit.
Damn, you got Grizz on the other line or something? What's going on?
Rabbit got me. Is the concept of this mode try and cover as much of the map in your team's paint? Yes.
Yes.
You get points for how much of the ground is covered and how much of the ground you cover. Disabling the other team by splatting them only does so much. And you can use it as a way to like keep them from progressing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it'll disable them enough to like do anything about it.
Right.
I got their bamboozler.
Word. Oh, that's their sniper? No wonder it wasn't dealing damage.
Yeah, because he's a bamboozler.
Are they jumping down? They're not jumping down. I'm going behind the ultra stamp.
Comes out here with the slasher. The bubbler. Bubble Slasher. I forget what it's called. The Weeble Wobble. You know what it is.
Traded with Rabbit at the end. Oh, they're done. GG's.
Yeah, we cooked them. We did too well, sorry. Blah blobber, thank you.
Sometimes you gotta allow those blobs. Yeah, get him out of here.
Ham, yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's good. I want more of that.
Number 1 enemy base inker? Hell yeah, brother. Oh, there's a player waiting to join. Sure.
Tegan needs more ham. I do.
Tegan needs more ham. Oh, Gatito's back.
Who?
Tegan, your new friend, Gatito.
Oh, got amigo. Yeah.
Got amigo.
Yeah, it's not got amigo. But
Oh.
like, imagine if it were.
God Amigo's kind of great. I might change my name to God Amigo after this next game.
Do it and then don't say anything about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this game after, and like on the next game, I'm gonna come back and change my name to God Amigo. I'll change it back for the Splatfest or whatever, but like.
Yeah.
God Amigo.
The OG gotta, yeah.
Oh no! Oh god, should I do it with D's instead of T's? Actually, I might do that.
No, don't do it with D's instead of T's. Do it with the T's.
Okay, okay.
Oh my goodness.
No,
His OG name was Gatamigo, yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was for real? Okay.
It was for real.
That's what you're referencing. I was messing with this dude
Yeah.
Gatito. Okay, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I know exactly, but that's the point. Is also we can then mess with Gato, which is one of my favorite side activities.
It kind of is. I've seen that a lot, actually. Been meaning to ask about it, but I assume it's fine. Oh, hold on.
Oh shit.
Nah, he's dead. Bye.
Oh shit. I got by the stamper. Thank you for getting the stamper.
Let me get this. Go this way.
I feel like my splatter shot isn't covering as much turf as it normally would. And then I remembered, I don't have as much ink as I normally do because I don't have all my ink savers up. This would totally do it.
Oh, I'm bad.
Why'd you all die? Hello?
Sorry, Teeks. That was bad.
That's okay. I got somebody as soon as they landed, so you know, could be worse.
Got that.
Got him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god! Splush-o-matic! Hate that Splush-o-matic. The Splash-o-matic is much better!
But the Splushmatic is beginner friendly.
Oh shit! Woo! Damn it.
I'm out of ink. I'm just gonna sit here for a
Stop
second.
being out of ink.
I'm trying. Give me a second.
Have you considered not being out of ink though?
Okay, now if I go this way, put that down, ink
Yeah, I'm
this back up.
gonna recover our base.
Got man crazy. There's a bomb coming?
Yep.
Oh, they try to go for me? That's dumb. Bye, Mango.
I like that. I feel like Jun, because of how Jun plays the sloshers, Jun would be very good at playing a blaster.
Oh, maybe, actually. He'd be surprised how quickly it kills, and he'd get pretty good coverage out of it. I can believe that. Yeah, wrecked. I thought about
What
doing
about
the
that
blaster.
Do it!
Yeah, maybe.
Do it!
Unyieldly inking is still pretty good though. Okay, wait, hold on, just real quick. Is there like a cat emoji in like the keyboard? Do you know?
Oh, when you were telling me about the keyboard emojis the other day, you meant like the Japanese emojis.
Sure.
So like, wait, how do I access it again?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to change nickname and
Tell me the secret.
oh, I can't change it for 30 days? Okay, so let me see. No, there's how do I get to the other things? Unless I
Oh,
can't.
there it is. Oh, I forgot to hit continue because I'm stupid.
Oh, I
Oh, well.
left, so it's fine.
That works out.
So
Let me see. Wah.
like this? Let me see.
I don't know, you're the one that speaks Spanish.
Yeah, but this is like Spanglish right now. So
No, why did you leave me? Whoops, sorry, John. I forgot. Rocky went to change his name, and I went to play with the emojis.
wait,
Because
okay.
I'm stupid.
I can't. Can I? No, I can't make the upside down one. That's annoying.
You should be able to.
How?
Uh,
Because I can't get alternates. Oh, I can just switch keyboards? Hold on.
yeah, just switch international keyboard.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to change it, and then I'm going to switch to Latino America. Thank you.
Polish keyboard. Oh my god.
Okay, but this just has the exclamation point. And if I change this... Okay, so this has the tilde, which is, you know, nice, but... Oh, there we go. I found it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Got a Migi.
Got amigo. That's fine.
Amazing. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna go get some salsa. I'll be right back.
Alright.
I'm hungry. You play. I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm joining June. Fucking got a Miko, that's so goofy. Oh, hey Lux. How you doing, bud? I guess I can pet you while we're waiting for the game to end. Oh, no one can see the timer though. June, you're so popular. People are calling out to you. Lux! 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 He's very annoyed with me. I'm not going to see that again. Oh, hey, Brick. How you doing, bud? Okay, yeah, there's still 30 seconds left. I can keep betting you. I have a leaking nose. My condolences, bro. You gotta get that checked out. But don't plug it. I know you really want to. It sounds like a great idea, but please don't do it. It's only gonna make everything worse. Actually, I'm gonna play around with my sources for a second. What was I gonna do? Lux is looking for a place to rest. Okay, moving that to the bottom, and then I'm gonna hide the banner for a little while. There you go. Yeah, Lux is just gonna take refuge on my desk. That's fine. You can hang out, bud. There you go. Right. And go back. Gatito's back. I'm sorry, it's really funny that Gatito and Gatamiko are on the same team. It's so goofy, god damn it. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Turf war. First we gotta get to center. Ooh, gotcha, Ariana. Oh, the roller came back down. Okay. What? Lux, what are you staring at me for? Rip the kid.
So I have chips and I have sauce.
Welcome back, Tegs.
Are you winning?
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually.
Really badly. Holy shit. You know you're winning by a lot when they have the danger sign up.
Bye, Carter.
Matt.
Oh man, that roller tried to kill me, but he just died instead. Incredible.
Amazing. What a time to be a squid. Have you considered putting run speed up on your stuff?
On like the squelcher sets specifically? I've thought about it. But while I do like the movement of it, I don't like that, like, if I just, like, run forever, I'll forget to swim. So I just put them in the swim instead. Shit. But I do spend a lot of time walking for sure.
Yeah, you spend a ton on walking. That's why I asked.
Oh, June's got a blaster. No wonder we're winning so hard. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Jim picked up a blaster and mastered it immediately.
Yeah, I deserve that. That's fine. Last second wipeout? Oh no. This might be bad. Yeah, GG's.
You know what you're doing. You're doing fine. That was really close at the end. They barely won.
Yeah, we gave him that blast. That wipeout, and that was it. I don't think I got any splats. Wait, really? I'm just gonna change clothes.
2 is definitely more than 0. Oh, you do swim speed up in Ninja Squid. Huh.
Yeah, I do Ninja Squid swim speed up.
You with your different fits. Wild. Imagine doing a different fit. Imagine actually saving your fits and not just guessing every time.
Jesus Christ, Teague, save your fits. Oh my god. Okay, since it's Turf War, I'm just gonna hang out. I'm just gonna shoot my little bow and fire off some missiles. Oh, this level? Incredible. Of course this is what I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah, you're gonna kick ass. Take names. Shoot bubblegum.
Oh shit, Lux is here? Lux? When did you get into Splatoon? He's not here anymore. Like, he's totally playing.
I can't believe Lux decided to go on the other team as you.
Yeah, it's such hater nonsense. 12 rockets going.
Is it 12? I thought they only shot 8.
No, they shoot four per target, and I hit 3 targets, so.
Oh, damn. Imagine knowing how Splatoon works.
Oh my god, Teeks.
It couldn't be me.
You play this game like every day.
I really fucking do. I sure don't know anything about it.
Oh shit. Oh, I got you, Lux. You're not gonna trick me, bud. Oh, this isn't enough for my ult, is it? No. Got the GooTuber. Ah, too high. That's annoying.
Next season, I'm gonna get better at, what's it called? YouTuber.
YouTuber? Alright, for sure.
First, I'm gonna do the thing I want to do, which is buy my new gun and become an absolute menace. And after I'm a satisfactorily enough menace, then I will get good at YouTuber.
Word.
This time, I accidentally got really good at aerospace, specifically because I was trying to practice Reef Slider.
Bye, Gatito. Sorry to leave you to die like that. Oh, it was only 4. Fuck.
I wish there was a way to express to other people that, like, no, you shouldn't jump to me right now. You know?
Yeah, I get that. That would be a good idea. Do we get this? No, I don't think so, right? No.
Nah.
Okay.
Soon, though.
I feel that.
I'm almost done with my salsa. I put it in a little rice bowl.
Okay. Is that a crunch? Okay, no, I see the problem. I was #1 overall splatter, but I only had 3 splats.
Oh. Yeah, they'd do it.
Also, Lux was their top inker. So, like, clearly he's been learning something from these streams.
Vigo was also top inker when I faced him. I'm just like a cat after his own mother.
Dear Lord. That's annoying. Can I? What's the second chance look like? No, that's not right, is it? Ugh, the second chance, so I have to hit the shot. Like, I have to be dead center to hit, like, the one shot on this. Otherwise, it's 3 shots to kill.
Yeah. That's no bueno.
They got a sniper. They have a balanced team, actually. I'm gonna use base, actually. There we go. Sorry, June. Got the Smurf. Welcome back to the fray, June. Oh, I have the roller bomb. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Ugh.
Master the roller bomb and then tell me how to use it.
Okay. I mean, it's a good approach tool, but like, I think you need Ninja Squid for it to like work appropriately, honestly.
Gotcha. Alright, today in Salmon Run, when we do that later, it's Sockeye Station, and it's a Slosher, some Dualies, a Hydra Splatling, and a Jet Squelcher.
Okay. Ooh, Jet Squelcher? We can do the mothership tech with it then.
You think so?
Yeah. No, it's like designed to like work with Jet Squelcher specifically.
Salmon Run's not very fun right now, Jen. The first, okay, starting March 1st in the evening though, it's ideal. It's a Splooshomatic, a Squeezy, a Bloblobber, and the bow you're using.
Okay.
That's ideal. That's gonna be good.
Damn it. No. Yeah, I was testing the salmon run and the weapons just weren't very fun on the map. Oh shit. Wait,
fair.
which ones? Like the Squelchers or Novo?
The Nuvo.
Okay. That's right, it's Nuvo.
Ah! Good salsa makes your nose run.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're straight arrows. They fly in a straight line. They don't arc low. I just have to hit low to get the confirm. And I need all 3 shots to kill? That's so gnarly.
Huh? Who DC'd? And why was it probably me?
Oh my god, Teeks. How are you DCing for?
I don't know.
I'll make the room.
Okay.
Room's up. Got amigo! God, it's so goofy. I gotta keep this for a month, by the way.
You do, yeah. You're gonna have to do a salmon run with that.
Yeah.
The new salmon run.
God, and these skills are just random nonsense. Holy shit. June, are you coming? There you are. Oh, wait. June's playing for real? My bad. Give me a second.
No, you can play for real, Rocky. You can work on your tech. It's okay.
No, it's fine. June's playing for real. I'm gonna take my gloves off. It's fine.
Oh, well, I still have my gloves on because I'm still trying to build out gear. It's fine. I look so cool in punk rock or something.
Or something.
Or
Okay.
something.
Okay.
I don't fucking know. Do I look cool? Do I look like I know what cool is?
I mean, yeah, but that's fine.
You think I know what cool is?
Oh my god, I do this every time. I swear to God. Yeah, you're more grunge than punk rock right now, but that's okay.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that, like, this is ink time, not battle time.
Yeah. Doesn't even look like they're challenging center, really.
Yeah. Oh, they have a sniper.
2, actually. Oh, hey! Hi, Hammer. There's their challenge. I was wondering when that was going to show up.
Oh, they were waiting for ult. I see. Oh! Weeva got me.
Got one. Oh my god, I'm getting crossed by the snipers now. They're both in here.
They're looking for you specifically.
Okay, but they're using 4Ks, so like we can challenge them. You just gotta flank. Oh my god.
Oh! Yeah, it's fine. I'm not afraid of being tagged. I'm too fast. Whammy got me mid-jump. Hey. Hey there, roller. Hey there, roller. Hey there, roller. Get out of here. Anyways, whoever's in base can clean that up.
There's another roller down there. Good stuff.
Ow. I got.
Word.
That's alright. We got this. Just don't lose a ton of ground and you're fine.
I'm stealing ground, actually.
Do it.
Yeah, GG's. Get out of here.
Good job. Look at them.
Get out of here. No superlatives, though. That's okay.
None superlatives?
I got #1 Wavebreaker user, but, like, I don't think that counts, really. I splatted so many splats, hell yeah. Yeah, I went 3-3-2. 843. Real modest. Well, time for, salmon run, I guess. It's last hour.
Oh yeah, that's what we usually do. That's true. Salmon run. And if it's bad, we'll just come back.
Mm-hmm.
Oop. Oop. I'm out here like, where do I walk? Back into turf run? Okay.
Oh my god, Teagues. Freelance. With friends.
With my friends.
We'll see you in a little while, June.
Done another match because you didn't know. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. It's okay.
Both of you were wrong. These are the Dark Tetra dualies.
Do I look like I know what a fucking dually is?
You both told me.
Do I know what dually is? Do I play dualies? Do I do anything? Sir? Hello?
It's Dark Tetra.
Buddy, I don't know.
Oh, that's so funny. I needed that laugh, actually.
I'm glad.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know, it's a thing. It's a dually, and it's purple. And it's got the little octo pattern on it.
That's Dark Tetra. There's only like, I think there are actually only one set of dualies that are purple, and it's Dark Tetra. Nuvos are blue. And like, Squelchers are like burnt red, obviously. Glugas are blue. And Splat dualies, I guess they have purple on them, but they're mostly green.
I have the Slosher.
Dark Tetra, Dark Tetra.
It's mid-tide.
Got a saucer. And I'm bad. Oh, there's a stinger behind the saucer.
I got the stinger. I got you also.
Thank you.
There is a angry man over here. What's his name?
You gotta tell me, T.
Boy, and also Steelhead, but Steelhead actually isn't a problem anymore. Just kidding.
Word. 6 and 17.
Italian. There's a flyfish somewhere.
Ugh.
The Italian wants my ass. Oh no, there's a second Italian who wants my ass. Where is the flyfish?
Oh my god, I can't even get behind it.
Right, because whoever froze it did it in a bad spot.
That's quota.
At least we made quota, jeez. You wrecked Alex! Amazing! Great job, Jun.
Let's go, June.
I can't wait for you to carry us in Salmon Run.
Dark Tetra
I'm gonna
seems
max
like...
up this catalog today, it'll be fine. Ooh, okay. The Nautilus.
God,
No,
they
it's supposed
were
to be
not
blue.
kidding.
About what?
Jet Squelcher has like the longest range in the game.
Does it?
Yeah. It's so far.
Got it.
Oh, Celio. I don't want that. Get away from me. It's still coming. Someone get the Celio.
I got it, I got it.
Thank you.
We need people to, like, pick up eggs.
Oh. God, I tried to roll for like a second and then realized I can't roll with this gun.
Oh no. Out of here. Those are my eggs. I killed them fair and square. They're mine. Oh Jesus. Whoop.
Got it.
Whoop. 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 Whoop.
You okay, Teeks?
Whoop. Yeah, I'm good. I just went around the entire map. It's fine.
Oh, hell yeah.
No pressure.
We got quota.
We just baited this, that thing all the way up here. It's fine. No sweat. No skin off my back.
Damn it.
I died, but it's okay.
It's okay, we're gonna live.
Are we gonna live?
Yep.
Nice.
Told you.
Oh, I have the Akira slide.
I had a wave breaker at base, so like it was like safe. Brickin's like, this rotation sucks.
Oh no. It'll be fine. We'll be good. Oh, hi. Whoop.
Yeah, don't die, Teeks.
No, I didn't. I almost did, but then I decided against it.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I died. I died at base, though. So, I did my best. I did the best that I could.
Got it.
I got eaten.
Teeks right behind you, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had an egg.
That's quota, just live.
I did not live.
Yeah, GG's actually. Pretty sure.
Nope, we're good.
Oh, let's go.
We did so good. Hell yeah.
I died again. June, I know I didn't live. I'm sorry. I really tried. I don't know what happened. It seemed like everyone was here.
It was okay. We did fine.
Do we have to get out for you to join, June? We do, right? Yeah, okay,
yeah.
give me a second.
Okay. Okay. I have left.
Okay, so...
Salmon Run just be like that. Salmon Run, like, get used to having a work crew.
Mm. There we go.
Alrighty. Bricken, we have discovered the ideal rotation for Rocky and I is going to be on March 1st to 3rd.
Is that a weekend at all, or?
The 3rd is a weekend.
Okay.
I think it's like a Friday weekend, though. Yeah, the 3rd is on a Friday, so. But that's because there's, big news, big run news that weekend. Wormfish, yeah.
Dolphin.
Fish stick. Fish stick. Steelhead. Not a problem. What steelhead?
Never heard of her.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, the Dread Sculpture's range is hilariously long. Oh my god.
There's an alien somewhere.
I'm getting the Celio. Wait, there we go. June mostly got it
There's
though.
an alien. Oh, there's another. Nope. I got it.
Okay. Italian.
I got eaten. Uh-oh.
This is getting a little messy. There's a fly fish somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but it's after me.
Okay, that's
There's
quota.
2 fly fish.
Ooh, that was close.
Oop, I got.
I'm just gonna live, actually.
Yeah, just simply live. Good job. Oh my goodness. One fish. I can't wait.
Okay,
Oh,
now
I
I don't
get
know
to
this.
dually? Oh no. It's
least-
low tide. Fog? Oh no.
Okay, so
Be
just stay
careful.
close.
I'm watching. Okay, I'm venturing closer to this shoreline. There's a golden. Ooh, ooh. I helped a little bit.
Need help with this fish stick.
Working on it. I need help with the fly fish. Oh, I got eaten.
Oh, okay. That's...
I didn't know where that fly fish was. Oh, and oops. Yeah, oops is right.
I didn't play defensive enough somehow. Somehow. That's okay. I'll get it next time.
We needed someone down on the shore, I think.
Oh, worm? Oh, God.
Oh, that was fast.
True.
It said we know you want to get started, so. It's more like a withern. Technically, it's just the dragons from Breath of the Wild in a different skin. Jet sculpture time! Low tide! Actually, no, Leviathan, yeah.
Second Italian.
Can't get this weather boy. Oh no, the Stelia wants me. Up. Not anymore. I got caught in the ocean.
There's a fly fish.
Oh, is there?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
2 fly fish actually.
Oh, well.
Plenty of eggs though.
I'm gonna get John. Nope. I'm gonna get dead. Is what I'm gonna get.
We hit
Okay,
quota, we're
quota.
fine. I'm willing to die for that, that's fine. Okay, someone needs to get those fly fish in the future. There were 3 of them on the map.
Yeah, I'll go on flyfish duty.
I think the only one that can reasonably do it is probably Tetra, but Squelcher can probably do it.
It doesn't matter. You gotta get the bomb in the thing, don't you?
Yeah, but
That's
like,
the only way to do it.
but creating a path to it is like the part that's difficult for say like Nautilus.
Oh, I see. Oh, there's some big shots.
Ah, cool. Beautiful work. Oh man, I can't dodge roll on this, I forgot.
Working. 925. Oh. Ouch. I got. Just run the eggs back, I think. It's gotta be our... Yeah, run the eggs back to get some of these guys back here.
Oh, Steelhead got me? Excuse me?
Nope.
Ugh.
Nope. That sure was awful.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
We can do better than that. I
Is
know
it
we can
more-
do better than that.
I can see why this wave sucked. I understand what you're saying. So like... wait, what's the 4th weapon? It's Squelcher, Nautilus, Dark Tetra, and what? Oh, the Slosher?
The slosher, yeah.
The idea is that we can't... Yeah, they're all like mid to long range weapons. We can't be close to anything. Except for Dark Tetra. Like, Slosher can't... Like, Slosher, Jet, Squelcher can fight close range, but you don't want them to.
No, you want to be mid to long, yeah.
And so, like, everything else has to be about, like, creating space. We have to, like, enforce a much more aggressive line than we normally do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. We also have to focus a lot more on movement, like our ability to create escape paths.
Right. Where are they?
They're at the beach. I got God. Don't worry about me. There is a stinger down here that I'm on.
I'll get the Celio.
Alright, cool. That worked out very well.
Don't let the cloud guys get started. Like, it doesn't matter if you can't hit it back at them.
There's a flyfish and a steelio at the beach. There's 2 stingers at the beach. Jen on the left. There's another one. Or there was another one. I don't know where it went. Stinger on the right. I'm working on it if someone has the fly fish. Oh my god. Get out of here. God. My
Quota.
Quota hit.
Thank you.
Italian, get the fuck out of here. My god. Oh my god, I ran out of ink so much as a slasher. It's so hard.
I can't remember how many shots Slosher gets. It's like 6 or something.
Yeah, this one does.
High tide.
I have a Kira slide.
I got wave breaker.
Oh, Italian right behind me. Hello. I'm gonna let him come out.
I get him the steelhead.
Yeah, get the steelhead.
Done.
Got him.
No way that's yours. Come on. I'm going for the other steelhead.
Alright.
There was a third steelhead? Fuck you, game.
Oh my god.
Dolphin.
That's alright, I got the dolphin. Working on sniper, got it. Italian. Oop.
Ow. Ah! There's a steely on the left.
Oh, is there?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Oh, where are you?
Thanks, June. I'm assuming that was June's grenade. I wanted
Yeah, probably. There's one thing June is great at, it's grenades.
to 2 fish sticks in the base.
And a weather boy! I got the weatherman. Oh my goodness. Hello. Whoa. Where is everybody?
I'm up on
Oh,
a
it doesn't
perch.
matter.
Yeah, we're way up.
Yeah, it's 31 of 19. We're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
You took my advice, June? What, did it work out for you? Or am I full of shit? Oh, that was great? Okay, hell yeah. It's working.
Mid-side, alright.
Wait, come on, mothership, mothership. Mothership! Okay, we gotta do the strat. So this is the strat, okay? So you kill things, shoot the eggs towards the middle, don't put them in the basket. Not until like the last 30 seconds.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out where I should be. I think basket defense?
That works.
Where I'm best suited? Ooh, hello.
Do you have Nautilus? Is that what it is?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, basket defense. Just side to side, like, clearing, basically.
Our bud is putting them in anyway, so.
Yeah, they don't know
Alright.
what they don't know what it is. It's fine. Got it. Okay, start getting him in.
Okay.
Whoever is Squelcher, stand above them and fire.
Above what?
I think June had it. He got it.
Oh, okay.
So, like, with the... Yeah, so, like, you just want to fire at the mothership when it locks onto the thing. But instead of, like, shooting it to pop it off early, just shoot the eggs that are coming off of it so they rain around the basket.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. That's how you do, like, the mothership strat on this one. Because
Learning.
because like Squelcher, I think Squelcher, and I think there's like one other gun that has like enough range. Well, both of the Squelchers, Dually Squelchers and Jet Squelcher, can just like sit like at the highest point, staring at like the mothership, and then just fire at like the eggs that are coming out the top when the mothership is latched on. And you don't put eggs in because you want it to stay sucking on the thing as long as possible, without it like costing you any eggs. And like if you do
That's smart.
yeah, if you do it like that, it, like you can get like 90 eggs on like the mothership run.
We're learning.
Dark Tetra.
Bless me.
Push it.
Jet Squelcher.
Or what is it?
Jump rope.
Oh, may the winds and the water find you well. I got crab tag.
Oh, what's that? That's fucking good.
It was the thing from Octopath yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got the little guys if somebody's got.
I traded for it. Killed flyfish.
Alright. I'll get you when you pop up in the water.
Thank you. I'm going for the stinger. Done.
I'm going for the guys.
Word.
The weatherman.
The weatherman.
Got him.
There's another one?
No, I got him.
I heard like the cloud. I got the fish stick.
Ooh, oh, stop it. Oh!
Someone get the stinger?
There's a steelhead. Working on that. I will get the stinger.
Quota met.
I died.
Same.
I got by a thing.
Thank you, June.
You know a thing? Oh, the good shot. Good shot. Damn. I don't know how you saw me down here. That was a wild shot, June. God. Crazy.
Okay, slasher.
Not this time.
Fish stick.
I'm working on it.
Got it. I'm backing off. I'm checking other side.
Italian.
Steel eel and a Moz. Moz down. Steel eel down. Damn it. Just missed the steelhead.
There's a steelhead. There's, whoa, what's it?
Past tense.
Fish state. Fish stick obtained. Oh my god. Weatherman. Nope. Moz, leave me alone. Oh my god. Steelhead got me. Ah.
Yeah, they pushed in on us. I can't.
I'm gonna get the stinger.
Okay.
Oh,
Tegan, stay alive. 10 seconds. We have quota. Don't worry about it.
Working on it.
I believe in you.
Whoop.
Good shit, Teeks. Great work.
Actually, Jesus Christ.
High tide.
High tide. Dark high tide. Wolf flies.
Griller.
Griller.
I'm dead. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I'll find my way back to the center.
I got the little guys. If somebody could get the big guys. Oh my god, the little guys, they are just little.
They are little.
Holy shit, hello. Hey, I'm out of ults, by the way.
Noted. One more griller kill and that's quota. Just stay alive.
Man, I tried.
I got you. Don't worry.
I tried to stay alive and I just couldn't do it.
I hear ya.
I tried again. I couldn't do it. You need 3 more?
Noted.
Thanks for that. Good hit. Good
Thanks,
hit.
June.
Oh, shit.
8 seconds. Please stay
We
alive.
got quota. No. I simply cannot stay alive.
Good shit, June.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one was messy, for sure.
That was wild.
June's
Did
like,
it though. We...
June's just kicking it up there with the Nautilus. He found the spot.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Nightmare. We did it, but at what cost?
Oh, that reminds me. I beat the story mode the other day.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it only took me like an hour. I forgot it was that fast.
Congrats.
Mm.
Have you done the secret level yet?
After Alterna? No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is a Cozen around? Yeah, shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just, we're gonna die.
Nah, we got it.
I haven't beaten the After Alterna thing. I spent 3 hours, I got like partway through it, and then I got really angry and gave up.
I hear that.
Hi, Tide.
I am in my spot. Dolphin on the right side. Dolphin on the dead center. Laying down suppressing fire.
There is a thing. Flyfish. I know the word.
I got the fly fish, don't worry about it.
Awesome. There's a dolphin and a weatherman. Oh no. I got you.
I'll get my spot in a little bit. Steelio down.
No. Oh no. Ah!
Not yours.
No.
Teeks?
I got got by the stinger. There's a stinger right in front of me too. Over here. Got him. Fuck. Stop it.
Ah, shit. Well, that's Coda. That's fine.
You know what? I will simply live. Maybe.
Let's go.
Maybe I will live.
I want to believe.
Maybe I will cry. Oh my god, I did it.
Also, did anyone have Wavebreaker? Because that would have been a great Wavebreaker, like, round. Just saying.
No.
Our force just kept dying? Yeah, I hear that. I saw that shit.
They did really well last round, so I don't... Obviously, something just wasn't... No, they did really well last round. They helped us a lot.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh no, I'm fucked. Oh, no, wasn't. No way in hell that was happening. Steelhead got me. Bad.
Steelhead's down.
Oh. I swam in the water, I hope you don't mind.
Noted. Steelhead's down. Steel eel down.
Oh, I got.
Dolphin?
I am not timing this well. Flyfish behind the alien.
Noted. Up. Stinger.
Stinger.
Not yours.
Oh, on it. Stinger down. Stinger not exist anymore.
Good to know. There's a lot of...
Doesn't matter though, I can't get to its eggs. Yeah, there's so many eggs just about.
Oh, 2 maws? That's cool. Got it. Maws, right here. Just get these in. Thank you.
We got it.
Not yours.
I got it! The mouse ate me!
Sorry, June. Okay.
The mouse eated me.
This one is a hassle. I can't deny
Low
that.
tide.
Low tide? Okay, cool. Let's go.
Oh, relay race.
Relay race? I'm being front leg. Front leg. I got it. I got that Dark Tetris.
I'm mid leg.
Our 4th had the wave breaker. He's the reason we were dying so much. I will not accept any other criticism.
I got.
Going.
Sorry. I was doing really well until I wasn't.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a small hiccup. It's not like it removed the effect of your performance.
Right.
Okay, last one here. Going to the next one.
Alright. Alright.
That's quota.
We're doing great.
Which one's the next one? There we go.
Sorry, I am stuck.
You're okay. Is anyone putting any of these in? No? Okay.
No.
I'm going.
Bud, what are you doing all
Some
the way
downtown!
there? It's, we're about to get fucked, though.
Kozuna?
There we are.
It's okay.
There it
Let's go. Kozuna. No, our 4th was dicking around. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing down there either.
Okay, here we go. Kozuna.
Alright, first thing I'm gonna do is use my ult on it. So...
Word.
Oh, I get the slosher. Cool.
We gotta get rid of the fly fish. I'm going left. No, I'm not. Jesus. Oh my god.
I got. Oh no. Oh, good. Good toss.
Someone get the fly fish?
I'm trying. I got by the flyfish. It's all the way down at the
beach.
There's 2 down at the beach.
Yep. Steel eel down.
3 fly fish at the beach.
Why? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
If I knew, it wouldn't be a problem.
Fair enough. Cody's gonna splat at me, but thank you.
Don't forget about your ult.
I'm out.
Get him this other fly fish. Maybe.
No, that's not it. GG's.
Nah, that's not it. Too many fly fish.
I can't even ink anymore. Oh man. I got ran out of ink. I got stuck.
That was wild.
Well, whatever.
It was too many fly fish.
Flyfish plus Nautilus is a bad combo. It is rough. Like, Nautilus fighting the Flyfish is gross.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they did 1,000 damage on that one. I don't know.
I got a raise. I don't know.
Congrats, Teeks.
I'm professional +2 now somehow.
Oh, same.
This is nice.
Almost up to me. Yeah, true. You're at 3 right now, right? Yeah. All right, true.
Ooh, we got a new person.
Hey.
Sprite. My name's Sprite Pepsi, and I'm absence until I die. That's a Mbimbambit.
Flyfish.
Fly fish. I got left. Everybody got left. There's a dolphin.
I don't know how we were gonna get that dolphin. That's fine. I'll leave that one alone.
Oh, there's a Bomberman.
A big shot.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Oh, there's all the eggs.
Yep, we got him. There's a weather boy. There's a steelhead. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a stinger at the beach. I'm gonna try and get that stinger.
I'm gonna try to get that last egg down there.
Oh, there's a second stinger. The other beach.
That's quota. Okay.
Rocky, I have a question. How do I dodge roll with duties?
How do you what?
How do I dodge roll with duties?
While you're shooting, press the B button.
It's high tide time. Sprite is Jun approved.
Word.
Let it get in a little bit.
It's dead.
I'm looking for the boy.
Steel wheel.
I can't quite hit that far. Second weather boy.
I'm getting the fish stick.
Whoa! Oh! Oh! Hi! Yikes! I got fucked entirely.
There's a weather boy here.
Yeah, there's many weather boys. There's a stinger. I don't know what to tell you.
Fair enough. I'm going to get the stinger.
Please. Oh, there's 2 dolphins. There's 2 dolphins by the eggs.
Stinger down. Up. I don't think. I'll take that. That's fine.
I don't think we got quota though.
We have the eggs, right?
Do we? Nope.
Well, okay. Did anyone have the
almost
wave
had 'em.
breaker?
I did not.
Okay. The dualies suck. Dart tetras aren't the best dualies. There's a reason I don't really use them. You can only roll. Yeah, no. Okay, you can't roll and jump at the same time. Like, you have to stop shooting to jump with the dualies. That's just with all dualies, actually. But yeah.
It makes life so hard. It fucking sucks. Yeah, you right. You right. Aww, Sprite is ditching us.
Yeah, rip Sprite. And we probably lost Sprite for it. It's okay. If they were true friends, we'll see them again sometime.
We can friend request them.
It's true.
Alrighty. I gotta... It's nighttime. Mid-tide. What are we looking at?
Grillers.
Grillers! Alright.
Spin, you bastard.
Oh, it wants me!
Fucking small fry.
I'm trying. I can only clear so many small fry at a time with this slasher. That's my job. Up. Nope. I got. The small fry got me. Thank you, John.
Okay, you know what? If I die one more time...
Did you die one more time?
Not yet.
We need 2 more eggs.
They're on the field. We just gotta grab
I
them.
see them, yeah.
Okay, you know what? It's fine.
I got got. I was almost at the basket, too.
Gabe's running around the whole map. I should have used the wave breaker. I was like trying not to because I didn't want to use them with so early on just small fry, but I was getting rushed by these small fry.
Sometimes you gotta.
That was lame. Should have just taken it in one.
It's fine, it's worth, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta use the ult right at the beginning, and that's okay. That's why they give you 2 of them.
I mean...
I wish they gave you more, but...
Okay.
We're gonna do it this time. We got a new person. Okay, I have the Nautilus. I'm going up. I also have the killer whale.
Got it. I have ink strike. My dumbass.
I straight up fell. I walked right off the cliff.
There's two coming. I don't know where they are though.
I
Oh, fish
see the
stick.
fish stick.
I got the fish stick. Or I guess I got the eggs from the fish stick. Holy shit.
Yeah, you got the eggs. You're welcome.
Thanks, eggs.
I'm heading over towards the... Whoa, I didn't have to. Nice. Good get, guys.
Oh, steelhead? Fine. Come on.
Where is it?
Nowhere.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. What's steelhead? Oh, a stinger. I'm coming, I'm coming. Shit, I'm coming.
Ah, shit.
Ah, there's so many dolphins. Oh my goodness.
Just get the one closest to the base.
I'm trying.
That's quota. We got it.
Nice. This has been a crazy time. Not bad, just a lot is happening.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord. Okay, we got away with that.
Come on. Who's alive? You're welcome.
Thank you. Now I have the Nautilus.
High tide. Dark.
I'm going up. Glowflies! Oh, they're already here. Oh, God. June. Thank you. Damn it! I tried to kill as many as I could.
tried also. Didn't I see you? Oh, dang. I got. That was so hard. Oh my god.
Yeah, what was that about?
Our fourth didn't know where to go.
Oh, sick. We have time for like one more.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, glowflies will get you.
Glowflies are so hard. Oh my god. I'm about to lose my pay increase.
Same.
Glowflies suck, yeah. They wouldn't be so bad if everybody like knew where to go, but
Yeah.
our fourth definitely had no idea.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit, that's so good.
What?
Do you watch... Oh, wait, you don't really watch TV. So there's a TV show called Abbott Elementary, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, it's doing well. It's a good show. It's, like, feeling a lot of, like, the Office vibe for people, but, like, in not a, like, derivative way.
Mm-hmm.
And, Hollywood Reporter just put out a, article saying that, like, the show said that the showrunner says that they deserve the credit for turning this character into a heartthrob, this actor into a heartthrob. And then the actual showrunner on Twitter just like responds and says, I didn't say that. Just like directly in response to them.
Good throw! Oh my god, where is the flyfish? Where is it? There it is. Piece of shit.
Got the steelhead. Why is there a stinger in our base?
He just came up from the shore.
Fuck.
I got fly fish.
Yep, same.
Where are you?
Center.
Oh!
Where are our two?
Oh no! Oh no, no, I'm gonna die.
Help here?
There's no way. Nope, there's no way.
Get up, Teagues. We need 2. Let's go!
Holy shit! Jesus Christ! A nightmare!
Ah!
No way!
Except we did it, Tegan. Except we're on the other side.
Yeah, now we got another high tide map.
No. It's not high tide.
Oh, it's mid tide. Okay.
I'm getting that Celio. Now I'm running for my life.
Why are you running for your life?
Because there was everything behind me after I killed that Celio.
Oh.
Killed the Moz.
There's an Italian down here. Ah, I got.
2 fish sticks on the left side.
I'm dead at the beach. I'm trying. There's a stinger coming up on behind the fish stick. I'm working on it. I promise. I'm trying.
I believe.
Me and my jet squelcher are coming.
There's a stinger. It's trying to kill me.
I got it.
Thank you, Teagues.
I died to an Italian getting it, but I got it.
Word. Got June.
I'm over here. Ah, thank you.
Italian's done.
There's a fly fish somewhere.
Right side. Next to a stinger. I'm taking the stinger first.
2 fly fish. I'm dead at the basket.
Stinger's down. This is not it. This is sucks. Yeah, I hear that, June.
This is sucks. Wow. Painful.
Alright, that's our time. Everybody, thank you for hanging out. This is Impossible Coin Stream. This has been Splatoon Saturday. Thank you for hanging out. This is a podcast week. Find podcasts where podcasts are found. We're gonna get off of Splatoon. We just got rocked. And we appreciate you being here with us. We hope that you'll join us again next time. I'll be back on Monday with more Octopath Traveler. Tegan will be back on Tuesday with Nier Automata, and then I'll play Chained Echoes, and then we'll be back here next Saturday. It'll be this day never happened. But until then, take it easy, do big things, make good choices, and have a good afternoon.